Everyone, time to do my usual setup. I'm now up to 200, actually 201 wish lists, so things are going well. Things are going well. Or at least, you know, passable. Let me edit my thing here. Not that I really care that much about Kick, but I guess I sort of do. Who am I kidding? I'm not that concerned about streaming in general. Like, it's fine and all, it's fun, but there's just better financial things to do with my time, for certain. But occasionally it's fun. I don't know. If I didn't have health problems all the time, I'd probably be so much more consistent. I don't know if that's true. I probably would be about this consistent. Say there's just better money in other locations. So, you know, if I want to finance my game, I have learned that I should probably just finance it myself, you know? Rather than seek other places to finance. And to be fair, if I ever get a demo together, which should be relatively sooner on my timetable than it seems to be, yeah, if I ever do that, that would probably help a lot for purposes of finding other people to help support, I guess, but whatever. See who's even on. I just stream at the worst time imaginable. But I guess not streaming at all is technically the worst time imaginable, because then you never ever get people watching. I guess. Sure. Why not? I didn't know I'm working on it today. Like, I haven't worked on the game in like a week. I meant to, but then I didn't. That's my explanation if you need one. That's it. There's no other explanation. I just didn't. Alright, starting to last the messages in chat. I feel like I'm watching Twitch slowly fall apart because they keep, every time I go to look at it, their service is so much worse. I don't know how anyone watches on it. Like, I will forgive anyone for blocking as many ads as possible on there. Jesus, it's awful. It's awful. Oh, okay. What else do we get going here? I think that's everything I need to do. Oh no, I gotta thumbs up everything because YouTube rewards that kind of behavior, dumb as it is. I get the feeling it would reward a I'm not even signed to that, whatever. That it would reward a bot farm more than it would reward me. Tell me I'm wrong. Because I'm not. It would reward a bot farm more. I wonder if that's the real meta on Twitch. You just bought your way to victory, because it seems like all the top people just bought like crazy. They might be right. I would wager, I used to think that half the traffic on Twitch was fake. I'd wager 80% of it's fake at this point. That's my actual guess now. I didn't think it at first, but I go to popular streamers chats and I look and there's just it's just like for the amount of people there, you would think that it would be this ridiculous jumble, and it just isn't. There's just no one there. Like they're supposedly there, but I've seen how Twitch people act, man. There's no world that you can put all those people in there and then have them ever shut up. It's real simple. Like they need attention, and these chats are just empty. We gonna load up here, buddy? I told it to load the previous pages. That was probably an error of judgment. 5.7, folks. Never have I seen the engine crash anywhere near the level of times it has at 5.7. 5.4 was pretty bad, though. Well, credit where credit's due. 5.4 was another crash version of the engine where it's just the biggest pile of dog shit imaginable, but 5.7's pretty trash. I'm not gonna lie. It's pretty bad. I get the feeling this island should actually just be moved down some. But that was the big issue. And by down, I mean up. Because the grass is in weird places. Why does it always feel like things are slightly off? I don't really need these tiny little Empress plants necessarily, but I'm not sure. I might keep them in there. You never know what I'll do with it. I don't want this growing out of a rock. Guess I didn't think that through, huh? It's honestly kind of hovering more than anything else when I look at it. Maybe I'll leave that rock there, I guess. I don't know. Well, maybe not. Sort of is on this side, though. Whatever. Why do I get the feeling it was supposed to be closer like that? It is not, because I don't want to see the sides. I probably should have made the grate smaller, in all reality, for that. That reminds me. Found a guy who reposts all my crap and does like 90% of the work for me. You know what? Yeah. Nope, one more hour and then he posts his next one. It's like clockwork. I swear that guy's done better posting on X than I ever have. I'm gonna turn the lights on so I can see better. I'm gonna knock it out of foliage mode so I can do that. Let me make certain this is actually working here. Do a quick test on that. Okay, there, do all work. Fair enough. Probably shouldn't hide the chat. Sometimes I'm sad that I abandoned that other game. Anytime I hear a track that was used in it, that's when I'm sad. It was to be a dream. Now I suspect it will always be a dream. Because I just don't see myself ever, ever completing it. I've seen how long this one takes and how unprofitable it is with the use of my time. Unless it does really well. Like, if the game does great, we'll talk, but... even then, I'm sure the next game would take a few years too, and it's just like... am I really looking to commit a few years every time I have an idea for a game? I don't know about that. Yeah, make smaller games, but the problem with smaller games is that, they're not usually very successful either. Like, you're just making it to make it, and that's not great. This is like super dense. Also, Metroidvanias are huge, so... on the other hand, I might learn some things if I just follow the lessons I learned from this one, too. I don't know. Am I not on a race? There we go, I just wasn't racing. I get the feeling that Poppet Quest story fulfills the other one enough that it doesn't make a big difference if I change it or if I were to do it or not. Because it's just they're close enough in concept. It's just this one was a better setup for a story and the other one was... well, this is a better setup for a game. The other one was a better setup for a story, but... at some point you just have to accept that not every story makes a good game. At least that was what I experienced. Just 100. A little better. No more grass growing out of rocks. I don't know why I didn't include flowers in this. Are there just grass down here? Into the pool. That's a good question. Why didn't I include these? Oh. Maybe this wasn't as accurate as I thought. So I can see that it's not as connected to there as I thought. It's probably actually supposed to be closer to there. Probably, actually. Oh, I see. I had to move it over because of that. Well, I can always move this giant cylinder over, too. Or I could have just thrown a rock there too. Maybe I should have just thrown the rock there. I did kind of move everything over. Probably easier just to erase everything completely around the bottom areas and then just redo it. Anything that seems like it's just in a bad location, just redo it. Not even sure how I feel about this painting stuff because it's always loaded in, so it's part of the H-lid system, and I found that to be less than ideal for purposes of really just loading anything, honestly. Why can't I find this thing? It's annoying. It's way over there, okay. Yeah, I just gotta get these off the rocks because it's just, I just gotta redo it. Alright. Maybe the flowers aren't necessary and all this whole place, or maybe it's just overkill. Perhaps. Perhaps indeed. A bit of grass around the edges. I almost feel like it would look better if I actually intentionally planted the stuff where I wanted it. Like this randomization just makes it unimportant. My opinion of randomized stuff has gotten worse and worse and worse the longer I've done this, and the more I play games where if something is just random without intent, it's meaningless. And forgettable. Could be wrong on this, but I don't think I am. Like, so far I found that to be pretty much always true. It's just, not that I'm wrong with this, just that random doesn't make for very good anything. It's kind of why all the AI generated crap lately is just not very good, because it's just has no like purpose to it. It just exists to exist. Which just seems a little strange to me. I guess I can't select all those right now. It doesn't work like that. I have to individually select them. The foliage system sucks. Yeah, those ones like to levitate. So I probably should just delete them. Rather than try to individually lower each one. Seems like a lot of effort. You know, my question with this sign is, why is it not facing the stairs, right? Because in reality, why would it face anyone on the docks? People most likely are walking up here. Is the same size? Size 2? These look huge. Yeah, 3s. I kind of made them all 2s because 3s are huge and it doesn't need to be that big. I don't like where that button is, but I'm not sure where else I'm going to put it yet. It's weird that it'd be on a table of all places, you know? Sometimes you have to suspend a little disbelief in this game, though. That's true. You ain't suspending some disbelief. You're here for the wrong game. I had one of those days where I feel much more wobbly and not as coherent. But the day and a half before this, I felt great. So the number of days where I feel great has been going up slowly, but the number of days I've been feeling like trash also is... Well, anyway. That's probably fine. I know what on my to-do list I have here. I have so much crap. Alright, I'm stripping out the crystal balls. I'm not going to use those anymore. Everything's going to be based around the tarot cards. It's just unnecessary to have crystal balls in the game. Too many collectibles. Same thing with audio logs. It's just... At some point, I don't want the collectible around every corner. Because then you'll have to be obligated to go everywhere and you won't get to explore and be rewarded for finding the right stuff. It'll always be every path you go down has an item, so you'll have to go down every path, and that's not fun. There has to be some excitement with discovery, you know? It's like a lousy time to stream, I think. I don't think I'm going to find many people this time. I don't know, you have to be consistent. That's how you really get streams. Message? Yeah. Yeah, I have a game interview to do. I just have to mail a bunch of answers to questions. Get together some stuff for purposes of being a press kit, which I need to really get together a press kit. I don't have a lot of that figured out yet, to be fair. The crystal balls have been supplanted by the much more useful other stuff, I guess. Too many collectibles in this game, though I had a lot of these blinks in places, so I gotta question if... Well, see, the thing is, tarot cards give you a level everywhere they're at, but you're gonna basically have to have a tarot card everywhere. Because there's still 78 tarot cards. And there's going to be somewhere like 80 to 90 rooms, so there aren't going to be many rooms where there won't be a tarot card. Or some rooms will have to have multiple tarot cards. That's the problem with the crystal balls and other things like that, is I was going to have to hide twice as many collectibles as rooms in the game. Feels like a lot, man. It could just be +1 level every time, though. I mean, like, I don't know why I'm not +1 leveling. I could make you much higher level. And I just balance the numbers around that, I guess. I didn't think there were any audio logs in here. I was going to put them, but I didn't. But it's mostly just going to be keys and those, I guess. And the 78 tarot cards. Is that too few collectibles? I mean, I cut down a lot of the collectibles in this game. On the other hand, between the keys and that's already nearly 200 collectibles. It's a lot. It's a lot. So maybe it is correct to leave them. I guess my question is how am I telling the story here? Am I going to tell it by forcing them to gain level ups? It's so much more fitting to have tarot cards that basically tell you the story, because that's what the tarot cards are. They're basically telling you a story, supposedly of your future or about you or whatever, but... So they make so much more sense to me what's telling a story. I do have to wonder about how I'm going to tie gaining levels to them if I do that. Like, what are we talking here? But I haven't even begun to hide all 78 tarot... Well, I have begun, but there's like 78 tarot cards. I mean, like, what are we talking here? There's so many. I guess there's something to be said for a variety of collecting different things. What's funny is in the RPG Maker version, every level you just collected all the tarot cards, so... One of those things where it's come full circle. You're once again back to collecting tarot cards instead of other stuff. I gotta admit, the meaningless collectible does sound pretty good. Am I hiding another 36 tarot cards is the question. Or another 36 items, essentially, for these story things. Here's the downside. If I tell a story like that, like I was considering telling 4 different stories with the crystal balls. That'll kind of explain the perspective of that like that. But then each story needs to be somewhat long, right? Like an explainer or something. And there's two stories I'd intended to tell. They were basically kind of, you know, you learned about what was happening there between, like, you know, from the Toymaker and another doll who came before you, but at least two other stories to tell. And you'll want to get levels purely about getting to learn the full story. That's the only thing I don't know if I like. Tying the story to gaining levels feels awkward. It just feels real awkward. But you will want to explore. 100% you'll want to explore. Because if you don't explore, you're going to be underleveled. I guess the problem with that is the damage amount that you do is so tied to leveling that if you're even like a handful of levels behind, the boss will take significantly longer. The damage upgrade is so huge when you level up. I do want them to explore though. It feels like I just can't keep the crystal balls and that. If I do that, then I won't be telling a story that I either want to keep the crystal balls and audio logs or ditch both for the tarot cards. I think I ditched both for the tarot cards. In my perfect world, I would have both. But in my perfect world, this game was intended to be significantly larger than it's going to turn out. Like, just, I won't say like larger as in like, it's going to take longer than, or it's going to take less time. It's actually going to turn out being about the same time to beat it. It's just that it was going to be physically larger, and I just kind of added more stuff into these areas and made it take longer to get through and gave you more weird places to go, and it just kind of turned into not really necessary, I guess, for this space. Plus, just the time to create all the rooms is too much. Like, I'm never going to get all that done in time. I know how it's going. I've seen how this is going. There's no world I get it all done. It's about accepting the truth. Your dream versus the timeline. And in the timeline, well, my current dream doesn't quite fit. Yet. Are those broken again? Man, you suck, 5.7. You were never broken before this. Yep, the little safe space thingies. Safe spots. I hate safe, no term safe space, so safe spot. I call it a safe spot anyway. Too many people whining at me about their safe space that I just, you know, yeah. There's a bunch of tracks I really want to sneak into the game. This one sounds pretty good. Admittedly, they could all be an AI generated from the sound of it. I don't think anybody would know. I mean, they're not. They're all Dark Fantasy Studio, but That was kind of hard to tell them apart. Now they came back again. Why do you keep doing this? I've seen this thing break multiple times. Well, in the case of this... Is this even being used? Oh, let's jump in it and see. It just says safe. So... It doesn't need these text thingies. Not really. Let's go to a room without the smoke so I can click on things. I guess I'll leave it as all zeros to make my life easier in the long run. And then I just merge it. And it's 8 actors, so this is like, these are actually pretty heavy, all things considered. Oops, I need the S as well. Oh, you know, from all these things, I should remove this text thingy because it's an extra thing that's on all these that is unnecessary. Like, Epic put it there in the first place to represent its height and everything, but I don't really use that anywhere. I kind of use an approximate thing. Oops. See, this fixes the problem with these safe zone thingies, which have been plaguing me forever. Where are you at? Ah, you're here. You literally just adopted the exact same location. Nice. Let's remove the collision on both on this one here for certain. This one can block because it's going to be attached to the thing, so it can just be like words attached to it. And anything where I don't need it specifically, I can just dump, you know, if I don't need to ever change it, I can just turn to a static mesh and call it square. Oh wait, do not delete that. Yet. Give it a second. Soon you can. Not now. I need it to be visible for a second because I'm going to adjust the other one to the exact same location. Well, supposedly they're both visible. But Rage just doesn't say anything. That's probably the problem. I gotta change it because if it had any kind of text in there, it would lock things. I forgot. Whoa. Heartburn. Weird. Yeah, now I get both these. Hopefully that causes it to no longer break. Because I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty irritating when it does. All the time. Missing with the collision. None, sure. I think it's broken like, what, 3 or 4 times? Wait, I'll just notice it's vanished for whatever reason. No rhyme, no reason, just vanished. Better. And then there's these things. Since I know this text is something that has to be calculated everywhere in the game, it's time to fix Epic's mistake. It's probably not really a mistake, but definitely not the most optimal. I guess it's inside of something everywhere. Like, it's rare that I just put it outside of a blueprint. Now with how garbage the 3D text thing has become, it's probably a good idea to... Well, this is a text render. It's not even actual 3D text. Interesting. It's also on the parent anyway. That's interesting. I don't think it matters in that. I thought they were 3D text. They're not. I guess it resolves at least one problem. I don't need the whole thing, I just need this one. I think I got all the audio logs out here. There might be one in this room. But I feel like I already got rid of them. I did not. There were only like a couple of those in there anyway. I know I already deleted the other one over in that thing. Well, I'll just double check. There's no reason to know anything. Let's be certain that I did what I did. They were glitching out too because of their 3D text stuff, so. Yeah. We're not gonna do character customization and dev stuff for the playtest. I should probably separate out the tarot cards into the 4 different suits in the menu, so this way I have access to tell each story. Yeah, that's a future me problem. The weapon switching is a problem. It's... I end up having to fight with that every time. Hell's even open? I don't know. Stuff. I need this anyway. I think it just needs a retriggerable delay. So if I can shoot them really fast without having the issue where they don't quite equip correctly. I hate having this giant thing and not a encapsulating thing. Gives me a better idea where things are at. I mean, there might be a world where this causes a problem where it's not good enough on the retriggerable delay, but... I mean, I'll have to try that. It should at least improve it some. Apparently that one doesn't load in as part of the building. 5.7. I want to see it do the move the thing over and then do it. Right, because I want to see like the response. And then if you choose to move it again, that's fine, but it definitely needs to be in the other order. Hey, Stinkerwinks, how's it going? Doing well, Twicka. I'm still a bit groggy. It's fair. Okay. Fell asleep for a few hours, woke up, and then decided I was going to work on the game. As it. This is. I'm not ever stopped being groggy. Like, it's been a couple hours since I've been awake, so it's not like I haven't woken up or anything. I guess. I don't know. You're pretty much always in the process of waking up until you're in the process of going to sleep, right? Isn't that how it works? Still trying to focus? That's fair. The game will look better if you can't focus on it. Trying to fix a bug with the menu. Oh, the Emperor doesn't have anything to load. That's fair. Still sluggish. Hmm. Don't like that. Don't worry, though. I'm pretty certain with enough caffeine and monitor radiation, you'll get there. You'll focus. I believe in you. I need the direct triggerable delay there. I don't even know why I put it over here. That's stupid. I already put a retriggerable delay there. Do I want another one? Just before equipping. Yeah, let's see. I was working on this playtest stuff there. I keep removing things as I complete them. I gotta remove a dev menu. Basically, I'm gonna work on things towards the playtest. So things like a curse indicator for the recovering curse mechanic that I added in. I actually want to work on the stuff for the second chapter, not the first chapter, which is what I should be working on. Mostly it's a lot of bugs and stuff that just needs to be fixed for the first playtest to make sense. Such as making posters and signs and basically decorating some of the rooms that don't have any decorations. But mostly it's fixing bugs. Maybe a boss fight if I have... Who am I kidding? I'm never getting through all these bugs tonight. The current bug is when using the little tarot switcher in the lower right corner that I'm currently blocking. It will... if you do it too fast, it won't equip the thing. It'll equip the wrong thing or half of the thing or something. It's really weird. Like, I'll move it to the side here. Like in the lower left corner there, there's this tarot switcher there, and moving between them will change your, ability really quickly. And it's fine until you start doing this. And you start moving it really fast. And it's relatively good, but there are times where it's just not. So far, I can't even get the bug to happen again. See? Okay, here I managed to pull it off. Instead of equipping the magician, it failed. So I gotta switch off and switch back on. And that's the bug that's been annoying me as I do all the playtests for a while. It doesn't trigger every time, but it triggers enough that it's really irritating. in mid-combat while you're, you know, trying not to die. It's just like, oh, by the way, your stuff didn't equip. Ha ha. Good luck. Good. You see how it is? It might just need to be a full 1 second delay before it equips the card. But basically what I wanted to do is go all the way through the commands for equipping, and then right before it equips, there needs to be a delay that can be refreshed, the retriggerable delay. So that it, you have that second swap between the things, and maybe hopefully it fixes it. Oh. Don't. Our ads running? That's sad. It doesn't even warn me the ads are running. I got 2 different windows to check and see if the ads are running. There's no ad run. I just, well, you wouldn't hear me. Fair enough. I don't know what the last thing you heard was, but I could probably recap anything I was saying. I also stream on YouTube and Kick under the same name, so if at any point Twitch's ads annoy you too much, I'm on both. Hey Thomas, how's it going? Speaking of YouTube, I'm doing okay. Trying to be responsible and actually work on, I don't know, getting the playtest together instead of what I was doing, which was working on Chapter 2 and all these unimportant things. Well, the world doesn't have a thing yet. I'm trying to trigger the error by moving all my stuff back and forth really fast here. Playtesting my next milestone? In the details? What do you mean, what's in the details? Like, what do I need to do for the playtest to work? Or something else? Because as far as that, I have kind of a list of bugs, and then I'm going to do playtests until it successfully doesn't have a bug. Because if I can find the bug, I don't really want to subject people to the bugs until there's no bugs that I can't find easy. Mostly it's removing things that are a problem. It seems like it's fixed. I have a dev menu and a character menu to be removed. I have to update the credits to have all the stuff that's being used. Maybe not so much for the private playtest, but, you know, for any public ones. Special menu for the keys. It doesn't need a description because I don't want to have to write a description for every key in the game, though maybe I can go away without doing that. Other than that, ability descriptions for the tarot menus. I keep changing the abilities for them, so they're, and how the whole game has been restructured. Like it's pretty locked in now, but I need to list what all the abilities do in there, like provide the information, because there's just no way for the player to know. I don't have it listed anywhere. I just have it all memorized. There's a curse recovering skill that if you happen to stand still in the darkness for 10 seconds, you recover 25% of your curse. I need a meter for that to just show. I just found that it was really tedious to have to stand in the darkness forever. And if you can stand there not moving for that long, then you deserve a bonus. Yeah, well, let's talk about the control scheme for using a controller. It's terrible. I've spent almost no time messing with controller, things like that. I've done a little, but I've changed the game so much that it needs to be adapted to the new game setup so that it's actually not the worst thing you've ever experienced in your life to use a controller with this game. There's an issue with the magician when it picks up an object. If you switch to tarot form, the object stays in place until you pick it up again. It's weird. It just floats in air. Can't have that. It causes a lot of bugs. The map image is off. A lot of bug fixing, as you can see. I just have a big list of things. Some like little bits of dialogue need to be tossed in, I guess. Though I actually have found a new strategy for the dialogue that I'm starting to question if maybe more of the game will just have it. Like, instead of having some like big old thing with them talking, why don't I just put little things, places explaining what to do? That one doesn't put one in there yet, but I mean, you know, like over here, what is? Because at this point, I don't have. It wouldn't adjust for what you adjust the controls for, I guess, but just little messages here because I don't have anything. I don't have the dialogue written for her yet, so I just started putting signs, places explaining things for the playtesters. I could write it on the walls, though. That's true. I could just straight up write it on the walls. So I don't have any of that in there. There's no story in there in the first playtest, especially the private one is not going to have a story at all. That'll come in later. So that needs to be done. I'm probably not putting this in for the playtest. I don't think I care about any dialogue for the city, so... Like, when I get to this, sure. But otherwise, I'm just not going to bother. The campsite room, which is can probably get renamed to something else, is a catastrophe. It's not even finished. I thought about just locking it away for the playtest entirely. In the safari room, things will hit the water and die, but they never actually hit the water. That's annoying. Yeah, it's mostly that kind of crap. Some sort of thing to say they've ended the playtest or something. So mostly these kinds of things. The shopkeeper is in there, so she probably needs enough dialogue to act as a shop. Or some explainer for how the shop works. So basically what I'm saying is a lot of it is bug fixing and then things to help the player out, like the tip crap, the help things, you know? The information in the menus, that sort of stuff is really what I'm missing. I think the rest of it is fine. I mean, it's the first playtest. It would just be like, it's just going to be like a local playtest anyway, some people I know. Before we get to any kind of more public playtest. I'm not going to subject people to this broken mess unless they're my friends. What are friends for, right? Yeah. That's pretty much, I think, the plan. If I come up with a better idea along the way, cool. I recently started making some changes to the Magician Room, which is pretty 11th hour to make these changes, so... It just wasn't really on theme. Also wasn't a very good room. So, yeah, it's kind of about what the plan is. I got the third boss functional. Like, she's got 3 phases, and it's not like an awful fight. It could use more to it. So I've done that already, but that's not necessary for the playtest, because the playtest is just up to Patrick, the first boss. But that, if you did everything in there, it takes almost an hour. So that's like, for me, to get everything. I guess if you just ran by and didn't get everything, it might take less time. I don't know how long it'll take a regular person. That's what I want to see. I want to see how the combat is for regular people. If the game is too hard, like, I have no concept of if the game is too hard at this point. I've played so much that, I mean, I'm just used to it. So it might be incredibly hard for all I know. And I might need to pivot on how the combat plays out too if it doesn't play very well. Especially with the random encounters. That's another X factor. Where they're just perpetually harassing you. So I really want to see that. I really just want to see how people enjoy the gameplay of the game. I don't care about the story part. We'll get to that later. That's fine. I probably need to remove all these extra helper things. I did actually have things where Poppet would talk and say the stuff. But the problem with that is it was predicated on her actually having talked to Tinka, who... I don't want to have to write a bunch of dialogue for that first playtest. Like, too much has changed. I'm going to have to change all the dialogue for it to make sense. I want the playtest out the door because it's a milestone. Like, a playtest, even for my friends, it's a milestone. My confidence in the game will be so much higher when someone else has played it besides me. But I don't want the same problem that happened with the RPG Maker version of this ages ago, where everyone was so excited to playtest the first version, but the first version was a prototype. And that means it was like a concept game or something else. And after that, I couldn't get anyone to test it. I don't want that to happen again. No. Not at all. That would be disheartening. That's it. Fix bugs. Add stuff. Debate on if I want to, what do I want to put in here? Yeah, that's my long-winded everything going on. I was a bit tempted to remove any of the weird circusy stuff from here and make it just more about dolls and things. Like all the weird little circus tents could easily be little houses for dolls to be in. And a lot of it has come down to one big problem with these things, and that's these stupid things holding up the tents. You know, the wires holding up the tents. They make it hard to put them anywhere. But I could easily replace these with little houses. Little doll houses. And just rename this to, like, you know, Tiny Town or something like that, and that'd be just as good. And there was this carnival room here, but it's not really much of a carnival room, honestly. There's like little ticket booths, but they don't do anything. This tent could easily be a little house too. I guess I have these balls, but these balls don't have to be that either. But yeah, I found this little circusy sub-theme. Like, I was gonna have a more of a creepy thing like that. It really just doesn't get used beyond the first few rooms. It's just not there. Like, there's no payoff. At all. It just quickly drops off as something I don't use. That's weird. Of course, if I replace those, the question is, what am I replacing them with as far as houses? Am I making little steampunk houses? Well, the issue with these houses is that there's no interior to them. I have to make my own little houses if I did that. Admittedly, if I made my own houses, they'd fit better than this crap, too. Indeed. Oh. That reminds me. I need to send a little... I need to reply back to the most important person on Twitch. Not Twitch, I know, not Twitch, on X. The guy who every time I reply to him sits there and spends the entire day promoting my game. What a great guy. I stopped doing any promotion after this guy just started doing a better job than I was. I was like, apparently this guy's the chosen one. He's, I think in the last few days he's got me like an extra 4 or 5 wish lists just because I didn't, like, I've got more wish lists just off letting him do the work than me. And it's been $0, so it's like, okay. I'm at 202 wish lists, so he's got me wish lists like 1 or 2 every single day by simply replying back to one guy. That's wild. But anyway, yeah, I could keep the balloons as far as this stuff goes. I'd probably keep these like sign things, but I just think I'm going to replace these tents with little tiny buildings. dump the circusy theme entirely. I can say it's barely used anyway. It's really just used in like this room. Like there's this one thing here. This one clown thing is the only thing used in here. And I do think it's kind of a menacing thing, but it could easily be a doll head you go through. And not like this weird gate thing. The other problem I have is all this stuff is broken and beat up. And nothing else in the building is. Because it was going to be a dilapidated thing, and that's why I have all this stuff, because I picked it up with, because I was originally going to have a very dilapidated place. But I'm not sure if that's a change I'm going to make right now. Just a thought in my mind. But, well, you know. Anyway, I'm getting sidetracked. Alright, I'm gonna have to do an actual playtest too. Once I fix all this stuff. Problem is I haven't packaged it in a while, so it might spend 400 years trying to package it. So I want to do that before a stream starts. I think I might increase Poppet's level by 1 before entering the area to fix the issue of... I mean, she just feels really underleveled, so I guess I need to basically figure out where I'm going to put all these cards and then restructure all the levels to fit the new... what I expect them to be. Since I've removed the crystal balls... Man, I'm going to have to relabel every one of these cards because I was going to place them in order. And now that I've removed the crystal balls, and I'm going to use those as things as well. That's a balance thing. So like you already can be level 3 if you get this one. The Puppet Master up, it is. There's a weird bug with the these here that cause multiples to spawn in, but only with Charlotte, I'm thinking. Hey Poodle Figure, how's it going? I made these level 3, that's fine. Yeah, things are going pretty well. I can't say I'm too upset, just the usual health thingies, but those are pretty manageable. Beyond that, life's pretty good. I'm just debating, I probably need to give out a few more levels in the first chapter because I have to give out 78 cards. Now they've removed the crystal balls and these are now telling a story. I might just leave it as it is for the moment. It's healthy, hit 50 and my body went nah. And if I now I'm be weird, that's fair. I got to 40 and then just suddenly my health problems started happening and they still don't know what's causing it. 5.5 years later. So, I think I've gotten better though. My chief complaint these days is I have occasional like just balance issues. I mean, I get numbness and tingling, neuropathy in my limbs, like in pain and everything like that randomly. It's entirely a neck thing, I'm pretty certain, but it'll just feel like I'm gonna fall over, but I never have. But it's just like a weird balance thing going on. As far as I can tell, I think the top 2 vertebrae of my spine are messed up. So yeah. Thoughts be wobbling, going, not feeling that great. And sitting here streaming does not make me feel better usually. So I've done a lot less game dev lately because of it. Also my regular job, which, you know, makes all the money. I've been doing that instead. Yeah, well, again, 15 no shoes. Get that too. Spells deafness. I don't have deafness yet. Knock on wood, right? On that one. I don't know. There have been a few girlfriends why I had spontaneous random bouts of deafness, but beyond that, somehow I don't think that was a health issue, though. Call me crazy. It's the weirdest thing. Just suddenly, oh, okay, here. Huh. Sometimes phone deafness, too. It's like, sorry. Guess that's not me being deaf. That's just me being a jerk, but that's fine, too. I think I'm going to leave this as it is for the moment and just work on the other stuff. Am I going to change the menu for the keys? Am I really doing that? Mm-hmm. I'm doing the boring part of game dev where I have to put in lots of information, lots of text and crap. I'm trying to minimize having to do that because it's... I don't want to. But at the same time, it's easier if I do it as it is and just include the information than to have an entirely separate menu just for it that's slightly different. So I'm like, which is the way that's going to make this easier? Everyone has to have that thing in game dev they don't like. Mine is most certainly typing in random text for everything. Most certainly. See, because I could have information here explaining what it does, and I just basically need to put it in for every key, I guess. Like, maybe that's just easier. I just suck it up. It just shows a picture of the key, and it'll just say what it is. It'd probably just be like, unlock the magician room door. That's it. That's all it would say. And that's probably easier to just put in the information. Making a whole extra menu seems like a whole lot of extra work. There are going to be like 70 to 80 keys in here. I also need to split these up too. If they're going to tell a story now. I've hit that point in the game where I'm really locking things down for what it is and isn't, and making things work that are solving a lot of problems. Fortunately, restructuring will be necessary to make those happen, but there was going to be, oh god, like almost 300 collectibles in this game, but the problem was there was only like somewhere between 80 and 90 rooms expected by the end of it, which meant that every room was just so loaded down with collectibles that you were tripping over them. They were everywhere. Like, just assume there's a key for every door and 78 tarot cards before we talk about anything else in this game. So you're looking at like potentially 90 keys. Oh yeah, and then there's these little like boxes like hide usually tarot cards in them. Those often have keys too. Hidden keys. Yeah. Just in case there weren't enough keys. So between the two, there's probably going to be close to 200 items right there. It's probably more like 180, but whatever. Still, And then I was like, I'm gonna have these crystal balls that tell a story, and these audio blogs that tell a story too, and some other unique items floating around. Originally, that was going to be all things like stat increases instead of level increases, which meant there would have had to have been for every single stat, like, I don't know, 30, 40, 50 level upgrade. I don't even know. So, yeah. And how do you even balance around that? The original plan for balance was just like, so how many of these things do you think they got? And which ones did they get? Which stats are they really going to have for this fight? Like, maybe the first fight you figure it out. The next fight, it's like, by the time you get, like, you know, near the end of the game, it's like, how many of these did you really expect them to find? What are we talking here? I have amazing respect now for the people who balance Super Metroid. I just do now. I guess to be fair, you can still win the fight with less health. Metroid also had only, like, basically two things you collected, missiles and health. It didn't have two bonus stats that dictated everything in the game. Guess I separate these out. I'm gonna have to go through and change each one of those to have its own special unique thing. That's unfortunate. Whatever. The way I'm doing this, I have no choice but to do it this way, unfortunately. Anyway, that's my plight today. That's what I'm doing. Be excited or don't. I mean, it's fine. I understand either way. I guess the tarot card should be above the achievements. I don't know if I even want a story listed on there. I mean, how many things include a story recap? Not many. What are the tarot card thingies? Wands, cups, swords, and pentacles. You would think I would remember. Since, you know, I'm doing this whole thing with tarot, you know, like really? I'm just gonna write it exactly the same. I think that's like the biggest game design phase that you really achieve in these games. Like, yeah, not biggest game, but it's like the thing that I guess people don't tend to get is the whole, like, game theory behind your things, the concepts of it, how stuff's really gonna play out. Like, you can make all the crap you want, but if it's just this complete mess of things that aren't really what's the term for it? They're not really giving a lot of focus towards an actual end goal. It's just like, oh, this sounded neat. Yeah, I did that a lot. But then that leads to the whole mess of a game that kind of just doesn't really come together. You know? It's like, yeah, I can have all these crystal balls, but that's cool. Where are you going to put them all? What about all these like level thingies? Like, how are you going to balance things? How will you encourage the player to do what you want them to do? Like, how are you going to make them fight? How are you going to... Do you care if they fight? Is that a thing that you're worried about? Like, are you okay with them just bypassing everything? I mean, they can be, I guess. Oops. Wire was right in the way. I find that's usually when my game gets the most done. When I sit there and start worrying about how it's actually really going to play when it's all merged together. What stuff is just me dreaming versus should actually make the cut. Oh. Let's put it in the correct order. It'll bug me if they're in the wrong order. You can see the number of collectible things, but not all these actually show up on the menu. Like, I don't really want to show you half this crap. It's just to check to see if Poppet actually did something. But I do plan on showing these 4. Since I intend to tie like individual little stories to these, essentially, like, you know, a lot like if you're in like a horror game or whatever, and like you'll find documents explaining things. Well, every time you pick up the levels, it'll tell you things. Basically, following information about 4 different characters to give you an idea of really what's going on. It just makes sense. Like, I thought tarot cards were supposed to like give you information about your life and things like that, you know, stories or something like that, just any kind of anything about, you know, like they do a reading for you. So if the tarot cards are what's telling you information about what's going on or giving you ideas, it seems a lot more sensible than floating crystal balls or bizarre audio logs that are just left there for you. I mean, we already have to make, you know, accept that there's floating tarot cards waiting for you too. This has to be accepted as well, but, you know, just saying. I don't think I use this button text there. And then on Poppet's collection menu, since I'm adding new collectibles. Of course, I'm going to have to write some extra story for the other ones. I mean, I had 2 stories, so I'm basically going to shorten up to better stories anyway. Like, the crystal balls really had short story blurbs every time you picked them up. They almost didn't seem that rewarding. Be like 4 paragraphs of something just saying. But now I can have much more of a reward for each one. Gives kind of an idea of what's going on. I think I've been treating the story like it's an embarrassment, I think is the biggest issue. Yeah. And that's awkward? Kinda. Seems like it to me. Thankfully, my system is extremely expandable, where I can just add any number of collections I want for whatever, and then at the end of each of these, it just does extra stuff like that and has all the same, a fanfare system for it and everything. I mean, you know. I planned for a lot of scenarios. Wow, that's wrong. I had to change things to fit all the scenarios I currently had, and it just made the most sense to make it expandable for anything I want to add, as opposed to making it really specific and then having to continuously change it, which would be tedious. Yes. Okay. Let's see if it works by just simply grabbing a hero card here. So we just type cups in here. I will have to find all of them and change that, but that's fine. I was going to have to put it in extra like 72 items for the other story things, so not having to do that does sound like a pretty good deal. Oh. Laga. Did it even level up? Yeah, 1 level, sure. Didn't collect the way I was supposed to though. Apparently, it has like 2 different text thingies. Or this one didn't matter. Take your pick. One of the 2 is true. Let us fix this. Oh. I think there's one other thing I had to make a change on. And that's it. It needs to be an on-click for each of these. Ugh. It has a 1 on it. I hate it. I hate everything about the 1 on the end. It makes me think there's 2. So I keep thinking, oh, there's 2. I better go find the other. There's not 2. It's because when I made it, it had the same name as the thing I duplicated off of achievements. But in the interest of saving my sanity on that one, let's fix that. I think of all the viewing experiences possible, menuing has to be the most boring viewing experience. I've never in my life thought to myself, man, I really want to see someone build menus. Never. Nobody says this. I mean, unless you're watching a tutorial for it specifically, but even then you probably don't want to watch that tutorial. You're just watching it because you have to. I remember one week when I did almost the entire menu system, I did it over like a week, and it was... Man, that was a week. That was a long week. Whenever I start to feel a little more off balance and weird, I just pop my neck backwards and it makes it less bad. So if you see me do it, that's what I'm doing. Gosh. Oh. I'm a goofball. You can't. Well, it's this in here. Yeah, like, I'm gonna go ahead and say at least 10 times a day, maybe more. I end up having to do that, popping my neck backwards, just right at the base of the skull, like that. But every once in a while, it pops to the left, and it feels great. Unfortunately, it's just no guarantee. It might happen every few days, where you just get that, it's just like, oh my god, I'm so happy right now. Probably should visit a chiropractor, though I'm worried the chiropractor could also make it worse too. I have a free chiropractor I can use, but I mean my insurance covers it, but he's too scared to work on my neck, so I was like, well, what good are you? Like, is that not your job? Someone's injured, you're supposed to work on them? He's not a good chiropractor. I guess you really do get what you pay for. Yes. I did try calling another one recently, but she didn't even pick up. I left a message for her. It's been almost a week. I ain't heard nothing. The worst part is the lady who does the deep tissue massages for me and just recommended her, and I was like, wow, that's gonna be awkward. You know that lady you recommended? She doesn't pick up the damn phone. Just sucks. Just saying. The massage therapist is very good though. In fact, it's a lot of why I end up feeling a lot better. Sadly, my insurance doesn't cover her either. Alright, and I don't have an image in for the Ace of Cups yet. It's possible I make individual tarot cards, like I just, instead of having this whole, you know, build a card setup going in there, I just literally sit there and Daz one day and just crap out a bunch of cards that are just like pictures of Poppet in various outfits or whatever, doing things. Or just something. And the audio logs are getting removed along with the crystal balls, basically. I mean, I'll just tell them that they need to be worked on, so don't expect too much in the menus for those. For, like I say, I'm going to subject my friends to this versus any of the general public first. Then, once they've been summarily, you know, punished for having to play this, hopefully the game everyone else plays is much better. Started the new Wii last week. I can follow what's going on the stream. Oh, nice. Appreciate it. I mean, Yui's awesome. It's just, at the end of the day, it's like the ultimate building game. It really just is. It just is. It's super fun to screw with if you like that sort of thing. It only becomes work if you actually want to do something with it and actually get something to the market. But if you don't care about that, one of my favorite things to do was just to simply download, you know, various people's asset packs and then just drop my character in the worlds they had made and just run around and, you know, mess with their worlds. More importantly, I'm glad someone knows what's going on in the stream, because sometimes I don't even know. It's... Now basically what I'm doing here is I have each of these buttons here is tied to a collection that Poppet has, which I've stored in this wonderful variable of struct collectibles. And every time she collects something, it gets tossed into one of these. And they're just a map variable. And what this menu is doing is it finds that map variable and then it just displays all the ones here. that are in the map variable, and then when you click on them, each one has information that it's supposed to go with it. And that's what I haven't bothered to put in, is a lot of information. Yeah, that's what I'm actually doing here. But I had it set up where I had two different collectibles that were telling stories. The audio logs and the crystal balls. And I've decided to switch the tarot cards being what tells the stories, because I mean, it just kind of makes sense. A game about the tarot, you know, you'd learn about what's going on from the tarot, right? It makes sense. Which means these don't need to be here, so I'm adding new buttons. And this is its own little widget thingy I made that just has all this programming inside it. Mostly just for the names and stuff and the brushes and everything on it. And all this information really does is just set the text and the little picture for it. That's all it does. It's it. But I made them all instance editable. So that, you know, I could just go on this thing here. I could drag a whole bunch of them into this menu. And change the name on here, and it would change it on the button. But none of the code that does any of the buttons, other than changing the name of the picture, is on those. It's actually just here. For when you click on click, it does these things. And I'm pulling the information from the button, that basically the name and the brush, and that's it. And then all the code just runs through this stuff here to it takes this box here, collectible image box, actually right here, actually. It removes all the children from it. Both these two boxes, actually. Gets that whole collection, and then does a loop going through each one, and it creates a widget for each and every one of those things in there. And because I already set these here on when the button was clicked by pulling it from here, the collection defined in the image brush, I guess collectible image is pulled from... Where are you pulled from? Collectible image? It's pulled from somewhere, okay? I don't remember where I pulled this from. It might just be attached to the initial button somewhere. Oh no, I set it right here on the indicator brush. Yeah. So it's whatever a button is on this thing here, it hands it over so we can then give it to each and every one of these things. This is, I'm not actually, it's this one here that's doing that. And then when you click on one of these, it does its own separate thing. Put all the information here. Menus are fun. But I used to put all the code on the buttons themselves. Don't do that. See how much harder it is to get references to all of its parents and everything? Versus just adding the buttons with, like, you know, no real code onto a bigger menu. Yeah. But that's basically what's going on. I just need to restructure these because I'm removing those to make it easier to really just fit everything in the game because I had too much stuff. That's what this is. This is the I have too much stuff game. Yes. It's gonna gripe at me if I don't delete this first. I set up the crystal balls and everything and it doesn't even matter. NPCs is probably getting removed too. And that just is because the NPC rescuing mechanic, again, it's just something that it's a bit much, you know, it doesn't need to be there. So rather than do that to myself, I'm just not. Oh, does it just restructure itself so I don't have to... Oh, okay. I wasn't certain if the vertical box would account for the extra spaces. Seems to, though. Hey Sarah, how's it going? I decided to stream tonight. I guess it is 2:56 a.m. for me. I realized I hadn't done it in a while. Yes. So I try to fix all the crap that I need to do to make this playable for people besides me. That's another thing that's... Yeah, there's certain mechanics in this game. I don't know about them. You're not collecting NPCs anymore, so I just need to remove this from there. Even achievements is kind of a... Probably doesn't need to be here, but... I might put some playtest achievements or something. They just appear here. They're so easy to make. I mean, they're not Steam achievements. I'm sure I can tie them into Steam later. It would just be something you've effectively collected. Because I run a check somewhere to see if you've done a bunch of things. I don't know if I'm gonna put story in there or not. I'm probably not. I mean, recapping the story, is that really something that you really ever have in these menus? It seems kind of weird. Seems like it'd be kind of a challenge to do as well. Like, you want to recap of the story, play the game again, I guess. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm internally keeping track of the story for what you've done. That's true. But it's time to accept that some things make no sense whatsoever. And other things were failed ideas that you just gotta abandon. Like rescuing NPCs. It just played weird. It wasn't that fun. But also it meant that I had to basically create a bunch of buildings for them or places for them to hang out in the haunted gallery that just... We ain't building Toy City here, okay? That's weird. Like, I think it's cool if the toys are just lurking in the world and you happen to find one and they chat or something. That's more interesting to me than pick him up and run away with him like you're, you know, some sort of deranged Mario or something. Just pick him up and run away. It's like, okay. Deranged doll Mario. I guess what the joke is you change the first letter, so it'd be like Pario, because, you know, it's Poppet. Probably not going to get that added in any games. I would hope not. This is basically the collectibles that are in the game at the moment. There is another thing to collect later, but I don't need that now because it doesn't really factor in until the 3rd chapter anyway. Well, there are some objectives. I mean, there's always objectives in a way, but there'll definitely be some special items to find along the way. To be honest, I don't even need the souls button on there for purposes of this because it doesn't factor in until much later anyway. I was also going to rebalance the game a bit to have one less boss. Well, one less required boss, I should say. Not necessarily one less boss, because I'll probably hide bosses in weird places for fun, extra fights, but as far as the mainline bosses, there was an extra boss that just didn't need to be there because it made no sense for the story. Because there's supposed to be, like, you know, 5 victims that you're, you know, like the other victims like that, they were supposed to be, you know, big bosses, and there's currently 6 bosses that all kind of... Well, Patrick makes no sense, basically, is what I'm saying. Patrick makes no sense. Because Patrick was going to be a sub-boss, essentially, for Voodoo, and I got rid of the sub-bosses because there just wasn't enough space. They got replaced by fights against Charlotte. Because now every single chapter effectively has 3 bosses, but that might not sound like a large amount until you realize that chapter 1 has 21 rooms, which means every 7 rooms is a boss. That's a lot of bosses for such a small amount of time. I mean, some of the rooms are huge, sure, and it takes a while to get there, but like, how many more bosses can I really squeeze in there before it's just a boss rush? Chapter 2 is shaking up to have about the same amount of rooms, maybe a couple more, I guess, but it'll have the same number of bosses. Chapter 3 is looking pretty much the same way. It's like, in Chapter 4, I have to squeeze 3 bosses in just to Chapter 4 alone as well. So, like, you know, there's like 12 bosses are required for the game, essentially. Because there's like the 5 victim bosses, but then there's 4 fights against Charlotte, and then 3 unnamed bosses. I guess it's only 11 bosses, right? Because I cut that one out. So technically there would... Because there was actually effectively an extra boss. It was there? Wait. What are we keeping? So we'll keep Patrick, Voodoo, Sally. I was thinking of getting rid of Tilly, because I just don't have a good model for her anyway. But I have the Red Queen as well. Then Anna. That's 6 still. I could remove Tilly, and then I have models for the remaining ones. I also have Snugglewaffle, which is another model that a character I have, another boss character that could easily be one of them, the replacement. I like the Red Queen model, and I like Snugglewaffle's model. I like Sally's model. Whose model's K? Patrick's the only one I didn't make. But just for story purposes, one too many bosses because of Patrick. Plus I have an extra model in general that I'm not using, so there's potentially 7 bosses. Now I'm not saying these won't show up as mini bosses, just they won't be the important bosses is what I'm trying to avoid. You know, I only need 5 for the story, so I gotta figure these things out, because there's really only so much space in the game, and while I would, in my perfect world, have all these ideas, I also want the game to come out. So for the game to come out, some ideas need to not exist. This room, I don't even know about this room. It's still in a concept form. Which is not good. For a story perspective, having Charlotte's room as high up in the building as possible makes complete sense. Unfortunately, for a gameplay perspective, it does not. Unless you were going from the bottom of the building up, but you're not. So I find myself at a bit of an impasse on that one. I'm pretty certain it's going to get moved farther down, if anywhere. I guess. But it makes no sense, so I don't know, like... I'd think about it. I'm looking for every tarot card that I had that needs to have the name replaced on it, so that it goes to the right collection. I don't think I have any tarot cards now. I think I put keys for everywhere. Like, I didn't just leave tarot card sitting places because I made them way more important. And now that they're kind of telling the story, and there's 78 of them, that does change things. There was only going to be 66 of them, like 3 of each of the major arcana. But it's a fair trade since I got rid of the other collectibles. Yeah, I hit one up here even though it doesn't matter. I can take a bio break here in a second. Yeah. definitely drank a lot of cards. There's no point to the stream yet. I'm gonna have to add in extra tarot cards. I can see this already. See how much easier my life would have been had I had better planning early on and not had to redo a bunch of crap because I just planned it so badly. Hear me out on this one. It would have been a lot better. So much better. Yeah, every one of these cards has an item type, and that's what Poppet collects, so if I don't mark this as swans, it'll go into a different collection, because it'll spawn a collection. Like, it'll just create a collection out of nothing, because it's just adding it to a map variable. So if it doesn't define a collection, it'll just like, okay, well, I'll make a collection for this. There. But that's not very useful for me, because I'm not looking at the other collections in this instance. Like, it's useful overall, because, you know, a lot of things I do put in there and I don't actually give them a collection that you can see. Just for internal, you know, keeping track of things, but yeah, you know, it'd probably be helpful if these things actually were where they're supposed to be. I think that's all of them. There isn't that many. Well, Annie has 3 of them. This one's in the second chapter too. It's a good thing I figured out to do this now and didn't wait until I placed all 78 of them, huh? That would suck. Oh. I'm gonna take a quick bio break real fast. Yeah. Okay. Am I missing anything? Cough, hack, wheeze, I'm allergic to game dev. No, for once YouTube is the one that doesn't have any traffic tonight. Whatever. It doesn't really matter, no. Oh, I should also change the other ones in chapter 2 as well. Then probably add more, so I'm gonna have to change their order basically, or I'm gonna have to rename all of them basically. Whatever. This is just a reminder to do it, because otherwise I'll forget. And then I'll collect it, and well, it still levels up because I still have the minor tarot cards listed on there, but I don't want to put it on my list. And then I'll feel bad or something. Chapter 2 is, man, I had no idea the scope of this game. Even now, I had no idea the scope of this game. I thought I knew. That's adorable. But let me tell you, I had no idea the scope of this game. And I actually, this might interest people, maybe. This card. So, I got these, like, you know, magazine that wants to feature my stuff, right? That's great. That's wonderful. I'm so super happy about that. But now, I find myself having to answer some questions. Like, they sent me questions to, you know, respond to, right? I'll try to remove them from the list so you can't see who does it, because I don't know if they want people to know that, but obviously the question shouldn't make a big difference as far as showing none of this around. So I had to be able to answer these questions, and it starts making you think about things. It's like, for those who maybe discovered the game for the first time, can you tell us what Poppet Quest is all about and what makes it stand from other Metroidvania titles? Okay, well, it shouldn't be that hard to explain that, you know, just being 3D in itself is already going to be an unusual factor, but, you know, I got to come with a coherent thing for that. And then, you know, contemplating Murder Woman revived its adults very unique. What inspired the story and darker themes behind Poppet Quest character? Poppet's character. You know, I don't think I've succinctly ever put that into a thing. So, I mean, I did originally base the story on Jack the Ripper. And you put their souls into dolls. Game takes place inside a toy store filled with cursed toys. How did the team approach world building to make the environment feel both nostalgic and unsettling? Well, first off, it's just me, not a team. Was I supposed to make it nostalgic? Oh, damn. That's unfortunate. Probably unsettling. I don't think it's even unsettling as a game, right? It's not a horror game. I think they think it might be a horror game. But then they ask here, since the game is described as an exploration-based 3D Metroidvania, what types of abilities or progression systems are players unlock to explore the story? So the whole tarot card thing. Now that's, I can explain that one easy. How important is backtracking and discovery in the level design? Are there hidden areas or secret players should keep an eye out for? Like, these are all things that, you know, it's just like, it's interesting to have people ask these questions, because it's like, okay, well, now I have to I guess, solidify my design more enough to explain it to people. Oh yeah, it's funny in the story, in the Steam page, I don't really talk about what the sanity mechanic is, even though it's a major mechanic of the game, if not the main mechanic. The idea of losing sanity is mentioned in the description. Does the game include a sanity mechanic, and how does it affect gameplay of the story? That was something I noticed like that. Like, I need to change my Steam page to include, I don't know, something talking about the main mechanic of the game. Oops. Sorry about that, everyone. But that was funny. I don't know what I need to have to answer by. What's the biggest challenges in designing enemy toys that feel creepy while still fitting the toy store theme? Man. Was this game supposed to be creepy? Damn. Unfortunate. Can you talk about the combat system in the game? What kinds of weapons abilities does Bob have to fight the toy enemies? Well, obviously you've seen the tarot cards, so that can go over. Metroidvania games often rely heavily on map design and player guidance. How did you balance player freedom, making sure they don't get completely lost? Was I supposed to not worry about you getting completely lost? There's only so many choices, right? Because this is like all these builds to that. But I gotta make it sound like, you know, I'm not limiting the player and making it interesting. Visually, the idea of a living doll fighting twisted toys sounds very striking. What direction did you take with the art style and visual tone? I mean, that was like, what, the Tim Burton type of look? Yeah. Pixar, DreamWorks type of setup? Yeah. Story more through environmental storytelling, dialogue, or lore, it's just, lore players uncovered during exploration? That's the question I was sitting there thinking about as I was doing this. Like, I mean, I guess there's a bit of environmental storytelling, sure, and there will probably be dialogue, I guess. So I guess there's kind of a bit all of them in there. I could run the story where Poppet doesn't even talk, for that matter, but I don't think it's very exciting. Multiple ending choice sound effects, Poppet and so forth. There's 2 endings. Those people keep track. There are, in fact, 2 planned endings. There was originally 4. That was back in La La Land. In La La Land, we had extra endings that were just, you know, messed up or funny dumb things, but there's 2. There's really 2, the good and the bad one. Poppet Quest releasing on release window yet? Nah. The evil release window. Finally, where to follow me? Sure. But yeah, I need this in a press kit. As this is my first game to really hit this level, these are things that I just never really thought about yet. So I gotta answer a bunch of questions and have a press kit. My press kit is pretty much just everything on the Steam page at the moment. But it's not a very good press kit. So now I'm rolling around the back of my head exactly how I'm going to answer all the questions. I need to ask them for when they need them, because they talked about running the game in their their digital magazine on, like, I think May or something. So it doesn't sound like it has to be like, you know, today or anything. If it's today, then I'm telling them, like, I don't think they're going to give very good answers if it has to be today. But maybe. What if each of these cards had a specific, like, you know, each of the various suits had their own special way to collect them? That'd be interesting. Oops. And that's an interesting idea. You know, because, like, what if the swords ones were gotten through combat? I don't even know how you do the other ones. Like, some of that could be in these little cupboards or something like that, and you have to find keys to unlock them, sure. And that will lead 2 other weird ways. I might roll that one in the back of my head for a while. I'm gonna do that. But yeah, I'm racing to pull together all the advertising stuff, trying to figure out exactly how I'm gonna do all that at the moment. And I don't have a good plan yet. I guess I should delete the cheat viewers message. Oh, I was on Twitch. I don't know if people find that interesting. I really should almost just have YouTube videos going over these various thoughts. They were saying that, you know, a YouTube video that gets, you know, thousands of views is way more valuable than just having a stream that doesn't really get hardly any by comparison. But the main reason I stream is literally because it's when I mostly work on the game. Like if I don't stream, I don't tend to work on the game much. Or I don't consistently work on it. Which means streaming is makes a lot of sense to do very often if I want to finish the game. But if I want to finance the game, I have to do my regular job. I think that's every tarot card that I currently place in the world. This room is the new up in the air room. Every other room in the game has a plan for the most part, except this one. Which is unfortunate because I gotta put a boss here. I'm just saying, I gotta put a boss here. I don't know. I could force you to have to walk through a pathway to get from one of these things to the other and put the boss on here. It's not a bad idea. There would be some sort of rails. I can't imagine there would just be, oh, you could fall into this weird pit that is like got a machine in there or something, you know, with water and stuff. That seems kind of insane. Rails? Do I have rails easily accessible? Actually, I can just search for them. I think it's like a railing. There they are. I have a bad habit of trying to seek out one of the things that's already placed in the world and then, you know, use that to select the item from the content thing when I could just type search. I don't know if it's a bad habit so much as it's just my habit that I do. Oh, but that wouldn't actually block Poppet. It needs to be like an actual wall. And then like a little gate thing to get between them. And then like a little path thingy. I've long since discovered I work best by just, if I have an idea, going with it. Just on the spot, just go with it. Because if I don't, then we'll often kind of just flounder and not know what I'm even going to do with an area, and then I'll do that, and suddenly the problem will be solved. But I'll have these great ideas, and if I write it down, like, I might remember what I was thinking later, but it never quite works out the same way. It's never the same. It always works out much better if I just go, oh yeah, I should do this. Okay. Because basically what I want to have happen is the player will swim out through these pipes into this room, and then I want him to jump up here, and then the boss spawns because you touched this platform. So I lock you on the platform and don't let you leave until you've beaten the boss. Which I think makes a lot more sense than just having it completely open. And essentially there'll just be a pathway from here onto here and like a set of stairs onto this thing here. That would look normal for a person to use. But also there's no, you know, sudden toy spawning blocking them like there is you. These might need to be dealt with. Like, you might be able to jump on these and that could cause a problem. I don't know if that's true. We're gonna find out right now, though. You probably can. They're not very high up. Oh, they don't show up because they're in the other room. Oh, never mind. Problem solved. Yeah, and this would be enough of a boss. Oh. Oh, I left the boss thing in here? That's adorable. I didn't realize I left the boss thing in here. Also, I didn't realize these were still here. Originally I was gonna have Sally's ship back here, but it just makes so much more sense for all the pirate stuff to be like in that giant aquarium. Because people put that stuff in an aquarium all the time. Like pirate ships and stuff. If I had more skill with AI things and more time to waste on things that were frivolous, I would consider having her swimming around through the water. You know, because she's immune to the water and you're not. So it would be amusing in its own right. But the simple reality is, nope. That's it, that's the reality, nope. I guess I just can merge this into one giant mesh if I want. If we do that, it'll kind of glitch, it'd be weird though, so I don't want that. I kid you not, geometry brushes are like one of the main reasons I picked up UE. I like blueprints, I do, but I realized the simple truth that in a game you're going to want a lot of unique stuff, and geo brushes really make it easy to make a lot of unique stuff. So if these didn't exist, like, it would make this game cost so much more to make, and I really wouldn't want to have to do that, you know? That's expensive, and I don't want to spend this fortune. I have to. This probably works pretty well. I guess it doesn't have to be centered either, but relatively centered. I'm gonna borrow this door to space it. Okay, I guess the door is locked in place. Well, duplicate door? Is new door locked in place? Might be. Miss a message. Okay, nav thingy, go away. Yeah, I want to be able to space this out pretty well. I'm not going to put a door here, but just for purposes of some idea of really anything. So once again, work on something I probably shouldn't be working on. They probably should have just kept this the same so they were all the right height. And that's true. Oops. I could actually make them identical with each other. It's not a bad idea. I already know this one's approximately where I want it to be, so if I make a second one there and just put it there, it should be fine. That's probably fine, and then I'll just put stairs in between. I don't hate it. It solves a problem. Takes forever to select those on this map. I mean, I tried to migrate this to a new project, and the number of problems that caused was incredible. Like, that game would just lag all over the place. So it was weird. I couldn't figure out what I had done differently. I guess I didn't copy all the options over. Which I probably should just copy all that stuff too, just literally everything, and do a new project. It'd probably work better, but it was definitely not great. I thought it might fix some of the bugs that were happening with the with 5.7. I was like, well, maybe because I've migrated the project so many times. Yeah. Don't know. I guess retainer wall. Not really a retainer wall. It's like machine wall. I don't know. Doesn't matter that much. Only downside doing this way is then I gotta have like complex collision, but whatever. Doesn't usually make much of a big difference on you know, things like this, because you see how many actual sides it has, and it's really not that many. Is it the world's most efficient? No. Could I actually manually add, you know, my own collision to it to make it better? Yes. Am I gonna do that? No. Technically, this is all in the pirate graveyard right now, even though the pirate graveyard is not a thing anymore, but... Okay. I don't have great faith that I won't just replace this later. So, that's kind of why I'm like, well, I'm not too worried about it. Because this is in concept phase. Yeah, if you don't know, if you scale it backwards, it'll flip it. So if I make this a negative one, it'll do that way. You can play Tetris with it. Now you know. Message. What are you talking about, random? Did I not need that? You're fast. Seems... I don't know, the dudes were posting my stuff all the time, so... Anyone who wants to do all the advertising work for me, listen. The answer is yes. Please do all the advertising work for me. I mean, I'm not paying you anything. I'm just... If you want to do all the work for me... Thanks? Alright, so we handy-capable-ing this, I guess? I guess I could just ramp it. The handy-capable strategy is not the worst strat. Oh, I don't have anything selected, sure. Oops. Do this so it selects the thing. But if you have a material selected, you drag a geo brush out. It will adopt all those on all the sides. If you don't do that and you try to get it on all the sides, it runs into a lot of problems. We'll have to miss one side and it's just stupid. So don't do that to yourself. Make it handy capable, even though I think this is like like a slip wrist. Basically, you'd want to have somebody to prevent people from sliding, I'd imagine. But getting an AI to go up steps, if it has to jump up them, is not pleasant. You're not gonna like it. It's a lot of extra work that I really don't want to do for every AI. And many of the enemies don't share the AI with each other. They kind of sort of have an AI that's similar in some regards, but on average, not really. This needs to be farther out. Man, getting it to that last little bit is so annoying. Doesn't line up very well, does it? That'll do. And I probably want it to be a bit more shrunk down, I guess. Or you can make it wider. Okay. Why would it be wider? That should work. Then you're obligated to jump on here. In my handy capable dungeon, you just wheelchair yourself right on up, no problem. Probably do a better job of centering this though. That's perfect. Huh? Yeah. Whatever. But I had a message that was important. It was not important. That looks pretty good. Or close enough. Oh, I forgot I don't have immunity to water. Instant death. Yeah, initially when I built this, I didn't really align very well with any particular grid. And now I kind of regret it, but at the same time, it gives me a lot of freedom. Yeah. But that's so much more work than just GeoBrush make shape, pop GeoBrush in location, call it good. that's really what it is. It's just more work. Like if it was like, well, to be honest, I don't actually know the modeling tools very well. So at some point, I'm probably going to invest more time into them because I don't really want to learn Blender. Because I don't feel like learning another additional thing. There's only so much time. I'm already pretty busy. Yeah, I'll have to look into those at some point. Here I'm just making it to the correct size so it just fits. Oh. Yeah, thanks for mentioning it. I will, if I ever get around to using the modeling tools, I will have to start using those more. I have moved pivot points before. Not very often. Oh, it probably needs collision. Hear me out on this one. Collision is good. Let us add a box collision. I don't know every tool that they release for Unreal Engine. They have so many of them out there, and I ain't got time for all that. I just ain't got time for all that. There's way too many. Interesting. Railing. Yeah, these here are what I want. Sometimes the nerve will pinch in such a way that my hand starts twitching. Sometimes the nerves will go in some weird way and my whole arm goes numb. You know, just how it works. Don't mind me. Yeah, more health problems. I figure I should avoid the fall to your doom thing here. Hear me out on this one. Fall to your doom, probably not the best strategy. Maybe if I ever get any free... Wait, what? If I ever get any free time, I'll have to, go and learn a bunch of models and things like that, or learn a bunch of the other modes. The thing I really need to learn, not the modeling tools, the thing I really need to learn is the materials. Like that's, it seems like you do everything with the materials, but man. Every time I watch anyone work with materials, it's like foreign language to me. Like I know how to manipulate them and everything like that, but how they just know which like node to create the material they want is just, I don't understand the math behind it. This will work. In theory, you'd have probably stuff around the outside too, or machines or something. That might be a future thing. God, imagine if I used this for my trailer or something. Because it's not even fitting for this game. I mean, you can easily get up through that, I think. No, boss indicator's like way down here. Is that it? Oh. Where is it? You're like way over here? What the hell? I have so many questions. Actually, just one. Why the hell's it way over there? Do I even care about keeping this? I don't think so. I might have to do another one later. I gotta settle on the bosses. Oh yeah, you can get through that, no problem. Oh yeah, so I can just put the whole thing blocked around the outside so there's no worry about people falling in. Unless you're dumb. Yeah, I just block the whole thing and then life is good. And the boss fight will be in here. I guess I could leave this far enough out here and then it can be about the same size as it is now, and maybe move it a little bit. I could make them all the same size, but hear me out, I'm probably not going to. My theory is this: if my game is boring enough that you can sit there and, you know, be focused on each of these little things, and if they're the right size, I didn't make a very good game. No. I think that's pretty fair, this assessment. My might put a couple machines here. Or something. Maybe. Stupid hand twitching. That at least works for gameplay, though. Might just lock you out of there. Basically, just prevent you from going past here. I don't know if I want you to go in the water or not during the fight. Probably not. I don't really want to have to try to make the boss work in water, essentially. Mm-hmm. I haven't been streaming tonight. Not that long, actually. That's because I'm doing a bunch of things that I find boring. Except for designing this, I don't find that boring, but I found the other boring. If I put a machine here, it's going to be hard to really block it so they can't get in, but I guess I don't care if Poppet gets around it because she's just getting in and out of this area. I haven't added a boss for here yet. Well, I don't really have a Tilly boss, so we'd have to make her. That's like big time sidetrack there. We're not really doing that, I don't think. I'm kind of the chess thing. I really want the Bright Queen to be in a chess area, so I kind of want her in the city. So I basically need someone else here. And that's... You guys haven't included Snuggle Waffle yet. Well... Whatever. This will get added later. For now, I'm okay with this setup here. I should go back to what I'm supposed to be working on and not dicking around with things that don't make any sense. Okay, so I'm not going to do this. I'm just going to add descriptions in. I'm just going to suck it up. I don't want to make a whole extra menu. I think it'll be faster to enter the some odd 80 descriptions over the course of the game for the keys. I only need to enter like 20 of them right now. The infamous info bank. The problem with the info bank is now I have to actually manually put everything in for all the stuff. I actually have another graphics card I can use that has another NVIDIA card. If I want to swap out my AMD one, I could actually technically work on Daz stuff on stream if I did that. Again though, Daz is so stream unsafe. I don't know if I would do that. I've tried before and had to delete portions of streams because of the fact that Daz is so stream unsafe. YouTube is much more likely to accept random nudity and things, but Twitch not so much. God, the things I've seen on YouTube that they thought were okay. Remember the last weird thing that was transparent cleaning, or just like, well, transparent clothing like cleaning or something like that. And it was literally just women that were basically completely naked with a bit of transparent clothing sort of covering them, but if they bent over, then they were just completely exposed. You're just like, and it wasn't like a little thing. There were so many of them. I was like, oh my god, YouTube. Like, what the hell? This is... They always find a new way around it every time, a new meta for it. And you're just like, what the hell? Seriously, people. I don't need this for the info bank. I guess I just make a quick, you know, opens the door. I mean, how much do I need to put on here? This is why I kind of didn't want to have any kind of audio for this, but is this just dumb?
Hello there.
Hey Lepus, how's it going? Been a minute. How you doing? This probably needs a period after it. I don't know why I didn't include a period. Yeah, doing okay. Pretty much about my usual health-wise, and so about average. And other than that, doing all the trying to be responsible and do all the playtest stuff, or get the playtest ready. So, pretty good. Bit excited. I have over 200 wish lists now. Hell yeah. I should have 202. Thanks. Definitely doing well for not having anything for people to play. And a pretty trashy trailer and a not that great Steam page. Yeah. Just, I was looking at my trailer. The game doesn't look anything like the trailer anymore. I'm like, god, trailer's not even accurate. Yeah, it's so much better now. Damn. So what have you been up to? Anything exciting? Already seen it for the, yeah, that's fair. It's definitely a milestone getting up the Steam page, and I swear I spent so much time just holding off on that, and I shouldn't have. I should have just got something up. And I feel like I'm doing the same thing with the playtest. Now I'm just gonna have some local people do my playtesting for me anyway. So, you know, and then like for the initial playtest, and then later on I'm gonna have more open playtests to like the Discord, and then, you know, to more people beyond that. But the first playtest, I was gonna subject my friends locally to it so they can suffer. So you lot don't have to. You're welcome. But yeah, I need to just suck it up and do it. You know? Just suck it up and let other people play it. Means I gotta add in all the helper text that I hate doing. Well, it does say that now. I kind of feel like there should be a different look to these like text thingies, so they shouldn't be the same. Depending on what to work on, so I'm just listening to things that want to change. Listening to things that want to change. That's fair. That's what I got going on. I just started making my to-do list of things I'm supposed to do and just started completing playtest things that had to be in there, and I'm just deleting them as I go. There's not a whole lot I really want to do, but some stuff are deceptively longer than others. But I think if anyone watching the stream tonight, they kind of realize that I don't exactly know what I want to do either, so I'm just kind of derping along. I feel your pain. Yes. Should have a different background. Maybe I want like a black version for this one. Or the same thing as the buttons. That might be true. Maybe I want the same thing as the buttons. After the next jam, I definitely need to make a list of what's playtest. Yeah. Man, anyone who wants to be a game, any kind of game dev, should literally just do game jams. Nothing will make you a better game dev faster than doing game jams. I swear, like, just the amount that it focuses you down on just getting the stuff done cannot be overstated. That has got to be the hardest skill for a game dev to learn. How to focus on the things that are important and get it done. No, that YouTube video you want to watch wasn't important, by the way. You should work on the game and the important stuff. No, you don't need every mechanic under the sun, you know? Yeah. About that. I kind of wish I could jump in on those kinds of things. A game jam, but I don't got time. I just don't. Let's not pretend. I ain't got time. No. Nah, man. Nah. So you found out the jam you're gonna do? Do you know what you want to do? If I was a dialogue thing, where would I be? Good question. Now that we start working on real game, so he's the overscope? Yes. The amount this game has been overscoped is crazy, and I keep toning it down, and I still feel like it's overscoped. Even now. It's crazy to me, but it's so hard to just know in advance if something's going to be too much. It really is. Oh, that's the text. Oops. I think it looks better like that. I'm not sure I need the giant RPG Maker-esque background here necessarily, but I think for here it'll look better. Yeah. A lot of what I've been doing lately, ever since I started having the health problems recently again, was the whole focus. Just focus the game. Yeah, it's just way better. It's like, okay, what do I really need? What is the minimum viable product? What's the odds these other things even happen? Like, they sound so great on paper, but is that really going to make it to the game? Am I going to ever get to that? You know? Like the NPC thing I liked so much, but it's like, am I really ever getting to that? Is it gonna happen? Am I really gonna add in all these extra rescuable NPCs and a whole little city for you to make it? I mean, like, yeah, that sure sounds like a lot of work for maybe not the most exciting thing in the world, you know? Am I really gonna find enough spaces for 300 collectibles? Because it sure seems like I had like 300 collectibles. Or pretty close. More than 3 per room at that point. Nice. That's not too many at all. Oh, you gotta write story form now too. Oh, that's pretty awful. This selector needs to go bye-bye. Like, I hate it. I came off of a pre-made thingy and then I started changing it around. Well, I mean, I changed a bunch initially anyway, but the selector is not good. I do not like it. No, it is bad. Yeah, I like that better. Yeah, I basically just need to do this and just add to every single thing, which means I need to create a listing for every single key, which initially I didn't want to do because I keep changing things, but chapter 1 should be pretty locked down for keys. I'm not going to do unique keys for every door. I'm not crazy. I don't hate myself like that. More notifications. Man, I found a guy and he just will sit there and throughout the entire day just continuously repost my stuff as long as I reply back to his thread, and he's done such a better job advertising than I have. He's so much better at it. Why am I even posting if that guy's gonna do a better job? He's even got one for streams. Maybe he'll give me some subs on YouTube. Probably not. Eh, YouTube subs are hard to come by. I think you just have to pay for them or something. That's what it feels like. Guess I need some sort of description for what these are. Second. Sending me messages. Either working with templates to make it more attractive for clients or work on the game. Decisions. What makes, I mean, I end up switching things because of money too. I understand. Sometimes, you know, money be more important. I gotta change these two. Because, yeah. Yeah, money be more important. And I might actually be, speaking of money, I might actually be picking a collection of cards so big that, I might have to disappear from game dev for a while. Depends. And that thing will be like game changer if I get that. Jesus. Yeah, money kind of important. I came to this simple conclusion that, you know, expecting other people to finance my game, like, that seems like a long shot. It's much better if I finance my game. And I do that by working my regular job. Yeah, it slows the game dev down. But, you know what also slows the game dev down? Working so hard at both, I end up with health problems, and I can't do my regular job nor the game dev. Like, there's a real cap on how many hours a day I can work. When I was doing like 12 to 16 hours a day, especially when I was doing all that streaming, that is too much. I can't do it forever. Like, doing it for a couple months in a row was probably fine, but I mean, I would do like 4 or 5 months is just... That's too hard, man. I can't do it. I gotta pick and choose my battles. So... That's what I'm seeing here. Must pick and choose your fights. Yes. Man, I wish I had a generic speaker image for all these. Seems stupid not to, but whatever. This brush here. Yeah, that's just what I'm learning. If I work my own job, I can easily support my own game and basically have a budget for it if I want. If I beg and plead Epic, maybe I get some cash to do it, but there's no certainty with that, and it's like, well, I could do a Patreon thing, but again, like, what am I gonna do? Make a whole bunch of, like, you know, YouTube videos to try to provide enough value for that? Like, on top of the game dev and on top of my regular job, am I really gonna have enough time to do all that? I don't think so. I can't do everything. So one of these things provides guaranteed income, the other doesn't. It might work. Now, if I could drop the other job entirely, sure, but I mean, I tried streaming on Twitch for a year and I saw what you could really earn from that, and what it just... Success seems unattainable through that route. At least at any kind of time frame that's possible. It's starting to be hard to sell a template? That's unfortunate. Have people said why they're not buying it? Do you have any idea? I always found that I'm very loath to pick up any kind of pre-made coding stuff because it's so annoying to have to integrate that into my own stuff. Like, unless I'm really early on in the project, I don't want to integrate all that crap. So every time Epic's like, here's this free thing, I'm like, cool, but I'm so far along, I don't want to do it. Speaking of which, you should try to make it apply for one of those free for every 2 weeks things, right? Because they give you a bunch of money. Right? And I mean, Epic might be like, cool, yeah, and then you get, it's like over $6,000 or something. So it's not nothing. So, and apparently it's not that hard to get because I've seen some of the things that win, and oh god. Spreading your market a little bit? Yeah, marketing's pretty important. Probably don't get feedback much. Yeah, it's probably fair. It's hard to get feedback. There's just so much noise on the internet. I mean, I think the best example of how hard it is to get feedback. Let's just look at this glorious little post here with its 50K worth of views and 10 whole comments. And don't get me wrong, I've used this to reply to a bunch of things like that too, so it's actually gotten other comments on other reposts of this, but I can tell you right now, it's really hard to get people to look at things. It looks like for every 1,000 impressions, someone clicked this link. Just a thought for you. Every 1,000 impressions, one link click. So yes, it is very hard to get viewer, like any kind of viewership at all. Like, I mean, I've been seeing with these things like that. I mean, I haven't really been posting a lot lately. I've actually stopped posting a lot, so it's actually gone down some. But I mean, you get an idea of where I was at, how many impressions I had in this time here for my posts in other places too. And, you know, keep in mind that in all this here, this 114,000 there, I've probably gained maybe 100 wish lists. That's terrible. Like that's the numbers we're talking here. People like going, oh look, my post got themed by like 100 people. What an irrelevant number. 100 impressions is nothing. Who cares? That doesn't even account, like, that isn't going to get you advertised to nothing because they just scrolled on by. Nobody gives a crap. So the only numbers that really matter are the ones where they actually literally, you know, it tells you how many people actually really clicked on it. One whole person clicked on the link for this. Woo-hoo. I mean, it's just a screenshot. Also, the number's wrong there because it says 912. So it's actually, you know, almost 1,000 people for one link click again. It's got a link click with only 478. These didn't do very well. To be fair, though, they're really misleading. Because you can see my replies, where I reply to these people's things, and they get additional views on each of these things. So every time I've replied, they only got 5 on that one. Terrible. And 6, not very good there. Novabrand there, 143. Something like, you know, very good. 5. 18. Woohoo, got a retweet. These add up, but they're not that great. You can see how few people actually looked at it. I need to go through this and like write down the ones who are good. Like this one got 34. That's pretty good. These are just reply back. So these are what you're looking at. Like the number of people actually looked at the things and clicked stuff. Nobody even clicked this. Nobody visited my profile, so I might have got to follow off it. But yeah, most of the time it's like, because I have 3,639 posts and I guarantee you 90% of them are this. The same post over and over and over, replying back to anyone who's ever asked at all for each of the hashtags. See, again. So that's really what you're going to have to do if you want your advertising to work. You're going to have to try to get any kind of, you know, you need like thousands of impressions. Good luck. I don't have a very good method for a non-game thing, because all the things I replied to are people requesting to see your indie game. I wish I could find one for advertising YouTube that was really well, but so far I've done very poorly on that. I need to focus on it because I want to get enough there so I can get monetized on YouTube, and then I'll be much more excited to build on it. Because now it's like, cool, you know, I could stream all this time on YouTube, get all these viewers, and then it doesn't even matter because YouTube keeps all the money. Value. But yeah, replying to people on X and doing that does help. I mean, I picked up a lot of followers, actually. Where am I at on followers right now? Oops. I have 1,440 followers. It's not 0, so it's not too bad. I have more followers than followings. That's good. For a long time, that was very reversed. And I picked up quite a bit recently. Like, well, it shows verified followers, but you can see the follower gains there. I lose them all the time too. This is when I was like spamming my stuff, which you can see spamming doesn't always work out so hot. You lose followers, but you gain more than you lose, so it's worth doing. Spamming is the wrong word. I was just replying to everyone, but I'd reply to like 30 different posts a day. And sometimes they kind of get all jumbled. Like they get too many in a row and people get annoyed at me. But yeah, you kind of got to do that. You just kind of got to do it. I see, we're getting something good to show off. Template that? Yeah. You have to advertise. I mean, you probably want to build up your YouTube and your X accounts for it, because those like seem like the easiest places to get actual traction. Places where traction is awful are any of the streaming sites, but you're not. I don't see what you would be streaming with that. And I mean, I guess you could try to build Facebook. My problem with Facebook is it's not very good for a global market. It's good for your local market. So I think X and YouTube are your best bets. At least videos explaining how to use it helps some. Some people put like free versions of their like, you know, stuff, but they just put like a stripped down version, like a crappier version that's free. So people go, oh look, and then they look at your other products and maybe they buy it if they like the stripped down version, but they want the better version. You could try that too. I think I'm going to do something slightly different here. Collectible image here, but this is on click. Oh, that code's different. I'm gonna make my life easier, and if I don't have I don't want to put an image in for every one of these things, so I'm gonna make it, if it doesn't have an image, then it's just gonna use the big image. Well, that's a soft ref though. Oof. Because it converts on there back to it. Damn. I guess you could advertise it on itch.io as well. Can I do this? I don't know if this actually works, by the way. I've never tried this. I don't think you convert back. That's a slate brush structure. Actually, wait. No. This is me experimenting. Don't mind me. You can convert it back. Hell yeah. This is the most convoluted, dumb thing I've done in ages. Perfect. An idea on itch. Oh, by the way, I got 600 downloads in your itch account. No, nice. Congratulations. What'd they download 600 times? What'd you make? Definitely not 0 downloads. That's good. 600 downloads is way more than I've ever had on itch. I need to remove this image from here to test this out. You download the main character pack? Okay, that's fair. People do be liking the female characters for certain. I mean, it does. Yeah, it just puts the key there. That saves time. It's a little wonky. I could just put nothing. We better just set none, but then it would just leave like a giant white block, I assume. But yeah, apparently if you want a bunch of downloads, you just put a bunch of hot chicks as your, downloads, and people will download them. On my tablet to literally, keep track of what ads are on Twitch, and I keep accidentally tapping as I'm hitting certain keys and loading up whatever game is at the bottom. It's weird. And the most sold thing, it's just some AI assets. People are very triggered by that. Yep, still there. Yep. I mean, I hate to break it to people, but at some point, how will you know that it was like that your stuff is an AI anyway? I mean, if you're a 2D artist, how will people know that you didn't just AI generate all of it? Like, if you make it yourself, you'll know, but then how will customers, who like are playing your game or whatever, know that you didn't just AI generate it? They kind of won't. It's unfortunate, but the slop is here. Now people from India can produce products too. I say this because like 90% of people defending it are always, people from India. We're like, and they're like going, yeah, it's still garbage. Oh yeah, the slop is everywhere. I should just be doing the slop myself. I don't know what's wrong with me. Like, take advantage of it while you can, because I don't see how you get how you get ahead of all the noise when it's just even more slop being pounded on top. Like, at what point do you just give in and, do it too? But I've also found that it's just completely destroyed my desire to view the internet. So the more slop they put on there, the less I use the internet. Like, I still use it for work if I have to, but I don't go to YouTube very much anymore. I've reduced it a bunch. I don't scroll X very much anymore. I just use it for ads now. For my game. Like, everywhere where the AI has become more prevalent, I've ended up not using it. Not because I hate AI, the product it's producing is just something that just intrinsically isn't exciting to me. Like, I used to listen to Spotify. Now I don't. Why? Because Spotify kept recommending all AI music to me, and eventually it just became pure slop. I couldn't tell it apart. And it just like, oh, if I really want to do that, why don't I just pay $8 to like, Suno or something like that, generate a bunch of tracks I want to hear based on what I want, and just tell Spotify to kick rocks. I'm not going to pay them monthly for AI music. I could generate it myself for cheaper. It's not like their music is any better than the music I generated. It takes 5 seconds to generate tracks on Suno that are better than their garbage they're feeding me. It's not like it's a skill to use an AI to generate this stuff. It's very easy. YouTube Shorts, every few videos, there's an AI slot moves video or a prank video or something. Is it way less because of that? Yeah, exactly. So it's like, you bring up a good point, like, because, you know, it used to be that I would see like some really cool location or maybe some sort of weird animal video where it's like some pet doing some funny thing, and I might watch it. But now I automatically assume someone AI generated it, and I no longer care because it's not real. So it doesn't matter. Like, it's not impressive. I don't give a crap. So it's exactly that. Like, I mean, I don't ever watch YouTube Shorts, but I definitely would scroll X and see these kinds of things, and it's like, because I know it's not real and you just made it, I don't care anymore. And it's not like I say, it's not me hating AI. I have no problems with it. It's just subconsciously, the more I see it, the more I just don't care. Maybe I'm unique. I somehow doubt it, but I mean, I guess the two of us are not unique. But I think for a lot of people, it's probably going to be the same thing, because there's plenty of morons out there who will, any slop they're fed, they'll just eat. But I think there's a lot of people who are going to start tuning out to the AI slop, because it just doesn't have meaning behind it. Yeah, it just has no meaning. It's just slop. There's just no point to it. Is there any news videos, spread lies? Like 14K likes, people commenting, these people should be go to jail, etc. People comment, and yeah. Well, the thing is, I actually bet you that most of the likes aren't real either. They've already said that over half the traffic on the internet is bots at this point. How many of those likes do you think are real? How many of them are them just using their own bot accounts to inflate the likes to make their thing seem important so they can try to spread misinformation? Right? I mean, if you're willing to make an entire news video that's pure lies, are you not also willing to use bots to inflate your numbers? So I think that I actually believe that most of these sites, like most of the social media sites, YouTube, Twitch, and all these things like that, I actually believe most of the traffic isn't real. Just in general. I think most of it's fake. Because the number of botted likes, botted viewers, you'd be surprised. Like I say, they've already admitted that over half the internet is over half the traffic on the internet is bots. So the only person saying the numbers for each of these sites is the sites themselves. And they have every reason to be like, my numbers are so big because their stock price goes up. But are those numbers real? I mean, they can fake a certain number, but you know, when someone says, hey, I got 1 million views on my YouTube video, who told them that? Why, YouTube? Who checked to see if you really got 1 million views on that video? Nobody checks to see if YouTube is lying. It might be. You don't know. YouTube could be counting 2 views every time someone views it, for all you know. Maybe at 3 a.m. it just adds an extra 15,000. You don't know if 15,000 people watched it. They said they didn't. Then YouTube's stock price goes up. I guess Alphabet's. Kind of makes you wonder, doesn't it? At some point, do they even need the humans, or is it just the bots satisfy the bots, and it's just this ridiculous circle jerk? I don't know. The internet's not what it used to be, for certain. It's definitely a lot less fun, a lot less full of people, a lot less about connection than it used to be. I kind of wonder if the internet if when the internet first showed up, if it was as it is now, if it would have caught on or if it would have died out. Because it's not really geared on people paying attention to it anymore, even attracting people. It seems like it's geared on just folding in on itself and ignoring what people want. Oh my gosh, the number of times I've gone through YouTube's feed and just scrolled the entire feed, got to the bottom and said, nah, I'm good, and just went somewhere else. It's huge. You know what I've been doing lately? I go to the various streaming sites, pirate streaming sites, because I'm a terrible person, and I just watch shows. I used to go pay for some of the streaming sites, but then they have so many now I don't even know where anything is anymore. You win, guys. I have no idea. It's like, that's cool. What's the streaming service anymore? Paramount streaming. Who? Sure. Peacock? Who? Hulu? Actually, I haven't seen made by Hulu in a long time. That was a long time ago. So it's like, that's kind of where I'm at with it. It's just like, I'm just finding myself not using it anywhere near as much. And the only thing that keeps me strapped to a computer at all now, with any regularity, is game dev. If I were to get rid of game dev, I would sell my desktop. It's the only reason I have it. I play more games on my tablet than I do on my PC at this point. You know why? Because I can lay in bed and play them. My back and neck don't like this chair thing much. So, all my business it's mostly just selling things to websites and on websites. It's easy. I don't even need a powerful computer. It's literally Unreal Engine that keeps me having a PC. These are things I think about. It's like, well, why do I really have this? That's just... Anyway. And there's so much more money to be made in real life than there is on the internet. People sold me the internet as a great place to make money. Turns out it's a terrible place to make money. It's actually awful. Do you know why it's awful? Because there's plenty of third world countries out there where people can live off $1 a day. And so they work for nothing. Cool. Great. And now those jobs are being replaced by AI. Even better. So you just slop your stuff. You use the AI to create some slop, pound it all over the internet, make a bunch of money off that. Well, a bunch being so relative. It's like, oh, your short got like 1 million views. Here's $20. Yay? You know, I could go beg on a street corner and do better than that. I'm just saying. In California? Are you kidding me? I begged on the street corner? Put a little thing about doing a video. You want to make more money begging than, like, you know, making shorts on YouTube. Just see how many people, like, put a camera there, make a short about that. Feel free to go ahead and do that, people who are watching. You know, if you want to take that idea for sure, go nuts. I'm not going to go beg on the street, but it's stupid. Like, the money is dumb. Like, I trade magic cards for a living, and there was one day this week where I was up by $1,600. I worked for 3 hours that day. In the entirety of the time I've streamed on Twitch over here, I've made about $650. YouTube's never paid me money, by the way, so any money I've never been paid a dime. And I've been paid $15 by Kick. A year of work or 3 hours? I know what you're thinking. Why is he doing game dev? Yeah, I don't know either. Unfortunately, I have a love for this terrible thing that's worth no money. That's my explanation, okay? I think I do this differently here. Why don't I just set this to not visible? Yeah, the more I think about things, but I mean, I'm still gonna make things. Don't take anything I'm saying like I'm gonna give up on my game. Like this is about a dream. This has nothing to do with being a smart money move. This is not a smart money move. This is dumb money move. This is stupid. You shouldn't do this to yourself. Like, this is. Like, if your goal is money, this is the wrong route. There's so many better ways to make money than this. Yeah, I know someone like wins the lottery and succeeds. Sure. I kind of feel like you could just buy a lottery ticket and have about the same chance with less work, though, to be fair. It's a lot of work to succeed in the game dev. Don't let me crush your dreams, though. I mean, if you want to... Here I am trying to live the dream. Yeah. I can do a better method here than what I was doing. I know I did all that stuff. I'm gonna skip all that and try this strategy instead and see if I like it better as a result. Just set it's not visible. Oh, I don't need that. My good old dev menu. Yeah, it's just better because now if it doesn't have anything, it just shows nothing instead of the question mark. Now it looks like a description. Originally it was because I was going to have dialogue in there like that, especially for like, you know, basically for the various these things here that'll you could replay the story. So in case you missed it, each of these tells its individual little story. So that's actually what I'm trying to do with it, but I don't want to have an image here for each one. Just literally tells what it does and does that. It seems like a much stronger strategy. And here too I can have just, you know, information about it and just little blurbs. So it'll look better, I think. Ideally, ideal, I don't know about that, but it'll look better. I think I settled on certain images for each of these. Did I? I did not. So much as I want people to have a realistic expectation of what they're signing up for. Because I think a lot of people have no idea and they just jump into it thinking, oh my god, I'm going to make this game, and then they don't realize the Herculean effort that awaits them. Like, it's gonna be a struggle. So if someone, hell, you know, tells them, hey, this is what's happening on the way in, maybe, just maybe, they'll go, oh, and think a little bit more about it. And the people who get in will be the ones who actually want to put in that effort, like really want to go that distance. Maybe not, but like I say, I think that there should be someone who tells people the truth. What a perfect wand image. I could use this as the little button, but I think I'd rather just have a little tiny image here. I need a cup. Perfect, there's a cup. Thanks, I love it. Inappropriately. Got a sword? There's gotta be a sword. There's no world. Yeah, there's totally a sword. But the pentacle is the problem. Pentacles are always a problem. That's pentagrams for those people who don't know. I did copy a lot of stuff out of End Remember Tomorrow since the two shared so much DNA with each other. But not enough. Actually, I guess I made my own special ones, didn't I? Pentagram? Yeah, there's a one there. I actually made a bunch. Am I blind? I didn't miss any chats, did I? Not the most popular of knights. There's a pentagram. I actually had all these. Well, maybe I'll use the ones I made. It's not a bad idea. When you don't even remember you did something. I mean, they were just renders out of DAZ anyway, so it's not like I did a whole lot of work for them. I didn't hand make them or anything. All they are is a picture of a model. That's pretty much everything DAZ has, just a picture of model. How do those look? Definitely better. They're not the most visible thing in the world. The problem with these is that I don't have an image for each one, and I'm gonna have to make them. So I'm probably gonna have to sit there with DAZ one night and just start rendering out a whole bunch of images like that. Just cards with it, you know, like a picture of Poppet doing something like that, and like, you know, swords around her or cups and just the number of each one. Maybe that'll be the first show. I'll just make a bunch of ones where it's just I just add an additional cup for each one until I get to all 14. I guess to be fair, it's only 10, and then it's like what, page, knight, queen, king. It's not just all numbers, so 1 to 14 wouldn't make any sense. I did buy a bunch of icons ages ago off Humble. I suppose I'd look and see all the icons again. I'd rather just make my own though. I could just use like a little skull token for this or something. Yeah, that one looks. Just found something to work on. What'd you find? What you got? Show me what you got. It's the whole Rick and Morty thing. Show me what you got. These are almost a little small. Kind of want to do better, like borders too, because these borders suck. It is better though, except for the cards not having anything there. Yeah, I guess I have to start, you know, create the story for each of these individual things. The first few bits or something would be where they would go. I haven't quite figured out how to resize this image here either to what it's supposed to be. Like, it doesn't quite work. Like, you could put an image there, but it maintains the dimensions. It'll stretch it or shrink it. Wait, this shows a picture here, so if it ever shows a picture, then it just... that's interesting. I have a bugbear. Okay, this method was terrible. Apparently, when I hit keys, I hold my finger, this finger up a little higher, and I accidentally touch the tablet that's, you know, keeping track of Twitch. Nice. Nice indeed. Oh, that's fine. That's interesting. I wonder why it kept the same image. Because it looks like it's setting a new one there. Well, it's a problem that'll resolve itself because I'll have an image for every one of them later. I just got to make all the tarot ones. I think I could make all 78 of them in one day if I want. I need to solidify the descriptions for what the tarot cards are going to be, what their abilities are. Not for everything, just for the ones that are in the demo. Or in the playtest, I should say, up to Patrick. Tarot menu, there we go. I don't have to change anything on this at all. It just adds a thing here. Oh, okay. Sure. Her ability hovered. Not even on anything. Oh, okay, so I'm just changing the text in there, so it's not even a widget I'm adding. So really, I just need to type in the information, and then the indicators can just be 1 through 3 because it doesn't. It's not level restricted anymore. Hmm. I'm gonna take a quick bio break real fast. I drank a lot of stuff, and yeah, we're back. Oh, cool. AI slot video on YouTube is the ad thing. Sorry, on Twitch. Man, anytime I see an AI slop ad, I'm not going to buy your product. It's really that simple. I just every time I see it, the ads are just horribly ineffective for me. I just sit there and kind of tune out. Oh, I'm actually offline on Kick now, huh? What happened? No, I guess not. Okay. Said I was offline on Kick. I was like, wait, what? Okay. Huh. I don't know, man. Anyway, at least I've improved some of the stuff there. I need an indicator for if you're standing still. I don't want to do that. It'd be on the HUD, obviously. I need to come up with a full text for each of these abilities and then add it in. I might just have a placeholder text. I'm out. Oh no, very sad. That was an hour ago. I don't know why that guy sent me a message saying to post this thing every time. I do post daily on this thing. People are weird. Where on the HUD would I have it? I guess up here could do it. I don't really want it down here. It doesn't make much sense down here. It can't really be. It has to be over in this corner. This corner is already kind of busy. I don't want a full screen effect because it's just that's like a lot. I'm gonna think about that one. I don't want to be used for it. It's just kind of a weird thing. It's a kind of a 11th hour thing that got added, and it's kind of not that useful. I don't even know what to do about this controller scheme here. It is terrible. And most of what I have left are just, it's really just a handful of weirdo things. Descriptions, I gotta make cards. Date some credits, really boring crap. Do I not have a brief description? Oh. Let's write something fast. Actually, that's not this. All tarot cards. This is not finalized. They don't refresh very well. This is again a 5.7 problem. As soon as I reload the level, this will fix itself. Welcome to 5.7. The broken mess that is 5.7. The worst version ever made of Unreal Engine. I don't know if that's true. It's definitely the worst version I've ever been subjected to. I'm not sure I want these here. I'll probably move over just so they're not here and I can push this back a little bit. It'll get the job done. There's no explanation on how to break this thing. I'll think about it. I didn't really build very well for a tutorial, that's true. I really should have built better for it. Like whole jumping thing here. I don't know what the key is for the controller like that, but we'll just do this. Like I say, it'll fix itself in a second. I'll just let the level real fast to see that it fixes itself. It's just stupid. It's just literally won't refresh. Watch it load forever. Gonna see if my roommate wanted to go get food in a few hours. But I can't remember the name of the place I wanted to suggest. Oh yeah, foodies. What tells this? Like I said, we're going to employ the game jam theory here, right? And that is the whatever gets it done, not finalized, just whatever gets it done. I think I've covered every control here. When Poppet's loaded into this level, is she really facing the wrong direction still? Or did I fix that? It's just weird. You load in, you're facing the wrong way. But something else is changing how she was facing, and I couldn't figure out what it was for the longest time. Oh, bug fixing. Isn't it fun? Yeah, she's facing the wrong way. I don't know why. I mean, the start tells her to face this way. Something refaces her direction, I guess. I remember going down the rabbit hole in this one. I don't care that much right now. I just wanted to make certain it was a real problem still. The question is now, do I want to get rid of the circus theme that's kind of going on there? Because like I say, it never pays off. And it could just be creepy dolls and like steampunk stuff. And I guess a bit of pirate thingies because of the giant aquariums. But do I want to keep a much more cohesive theme? And I probably do in a way, right? Hmm. Honestly, I'll probably just pack it in for that. There's not that many people watching right now anyway. I might stream later today though, because I'm kind of trying to switch my schedule to more in the mornings so and not being up all night like this. Being up all night is hard. Mostly because I have a regular job and they don't work too well with these hours. Yeah, I'll try to be back during the day instead. See how that goes. Otherwise, I'll be up all night all the time and never, ever, ever get the important shit done. So yeah, thanks for watching. All a couple people who are actually watching right now. And I will be back sometime tomorrow. Have fun. Go find things to do. Make games or something. Yes. And I'm out.